Hello, y'all. I am here. Okay. Let me do this. Should be good to go over to the screen now. Oh, still have my schedule up. Yeah, yeah. All right. Cool. Now we're good. All right. I am opening a door. Shouldn't take long. Always comes up like pretty much instantly. As long as I have this. Um. Okay. Apparently. Oh yeah, I forgot. I have it in a separate capture. There we go. What's up, King Val? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, so current progress is that we have, like, this whole alchemy menu thing working. So that's good. Like, the shop items actually scale their price as well. So, like, I have the enemy, like, gold drop up by a lot right now, just so that I could test all of this. Normally it won't be 50 to begin with. Normally it'll be 5 to begin with. But yeah, I can, like, buy a bunch of this. Get a bunch of more direct damage. And then if I say... Okay, if I give this, like, for example, splash and then heal, it'll actually block off everything else. So there's, like, your 2 specifications. Then if you buy a new flask, it'll actually have, like, different prices for both. Like, this is a new flask. Like, this is your old one. I mean, technically this should have, like, a different icon or whatever, but I haven't gotten around to that yet. Don't know if I will, because I am already pretty low on time. So we might just have to run it with this. Yeah, anyway. Sort of progress so far. Now, as for what we need to do right now, I will need to pull up my documentation, but I believe I want to add, like, a death sequence next. Actually, there are 2 things to do. We need to actually scale the enemies. Like, that's the first thing. The second thing is gonna be creating the death sequence. Yeah, okay, I just double checked. We're gonna do stat scaling algorithms for the enemies. Which I feel like shouldn't be too difficult. Hmm. Well, I say that, though, I'm trying to think of exactly how we're gonna do enemy scaling here. Like, do we just do it as a flat increment, or do we do a multiplier? Because I feel like since your, whatchamacallit, because your, like, flask effects are, like, flat increments, I feel like it makes sense for enemies to also be like that. But then, like, the gold scaling, like, the gold drop scaling might be a little bit different in that regard. Because, like, the cost of things doesn't scale like incrementally. It scales multiplicatively, or like exponentially, really. So I guess we have like a different type of scaling for each, and that probably makes sense. And like the easiest way we could just do this is by adding a round counter, or like an encounter counter. As dumb as that sounds, an encounter counter. So like, how many encounters in are we? Yeah, I feel like that makes sense. And then whenever next encounter is called, we just basically we would connect this to itself, as weird as that is. Um, next encounter connect count encounter. So we do count encounter like this. We basically just set encounter counter to be one more than its current self. That makes sense to me. Now, I also kind of want to have like an actual bit of UI for this. I'm trying to figure out like where exactly would be good to put that. I mean, I guess like this area is kind of free real estate, but then if things start to like scale too much, like if you got so much money and like so many encounters in, then you could get some overlap between some of these things. But I don't know. Alright. I think we'll just have to deal with it. So we need to create a new label. This would be encounter label. And we drag in these label settings. Like that. I don't actually know how tall each of these go. Oh, so they're each 15 tall, apparently. Alright. Sure thing. Then you do... Oh god. Like that. Alright. Like, we're already starting to run out of screen space. It's like, this way is your flask, this way is like the shop. Like, technically you have this over here, but like, that isn't very good for like listing things off, I guess. Like having these stats. I don't know. I'm overthinking it for now. I think we just go with this. For a jam game, this is fine. Like, it doesn't have to be like super scalable. Because to me, a jam game is about getting an idea out there. Yeah, I'm fine with this. Definitely not curping either. Need encounter counter. Now we need a get set here, which I believe I have an example of that in add effect. Yeah, okay. We're just gonna copy this. Classic, classic. We're actually gonna copy this over to here. And counter. Instead of doing a script here, what we're gonna do... Oh, hang on. There we go. We're gonna create a signal update in counter. And this is emitted when the encounter counter should update. I probably didn't need to make a comment for that. That's pretty self-explanatory. Messenger dot update encounter counter emit. Like that. I think that's good. So we then do messenger dot update counter dot connect update counter. Oh god, what did I do? There we go. And then we can take this away. Just do func update counter. We do text equals messenger dot encounter counter. I said it'd be encounter plus string encounter counter. Like that. And this is all this really needs to do. Just a very simple bit of UI. Should just work. Although I guess the only thing is that when this is initially set... Okay, hang on. We actually do need to do one more thing. We need to run its first update. Because since the messenger is like a global script, I'm pretty sure it sets itself up before anything else. And therefore, it's not going to get the first run of this. Yeah, it's not going to get the first, like, update for this unless you do it manually. So, that's what I've accounted for here. Okay, so it updates a bit too early, but it still effectively gets the point across. Hmm. I kind of zoned out. What was the problem with this? Oh yeah, it updates too early. That's it. Yeah, okay. I have issues. I don't know what's wrong with me. Alright. So I think instead we should hook this up to create random encounter instead of next encounter, because next encounter runs the transition. So yeah, now it updates when it's actually fading into a new encounter, which is better. But yeah, now that we're actually counting like what encounter we're on, we actually have a number to help scale enemy stats. That startled me a little bit, I'll admit it. Nice. Welcome in, Zal. Hope you're doing good. Alright, so now that we have something to scale this base off of. Y'all just got home? Nice. Yeah, always a good thing to be home. Okay, so now we actually have something to scale based off of. I'm gonna just put this in a script or a function, I guess. Scale stats. So then we need to scale his health, damage, and gold yield. Health, damage, gold yield. Okay. Yep, okay. By default, it's 455. So gold yield. Gold yield needs to increase somewhat exponentially. So we're gonna do for I in range 0 messenger dot counter. I mean, I suppose I should just get a local scaling variable based on this instead of having to write this out every time and having to like get this every time. Scaling -1. Do gold yield. Gold yield? Probably not good. I mean, technically we should have like a base number for this and then scale the base number and keep it, and just in case we would need to like rescale it or unscale it, but we shouldn't have to do that for a jam game, so I'm fine to just do this like kind of in a hacky, unsafe way. Um, and then we just do gold yield equals what'd you call it? I guess we'd floor this to floorf. Well, we're gonna floorf. What floorf does, I'm pretty sure, if we like bring up the documentation, floorf. Yeah, this is something else I realized you can do. You can actually bring up the documentation in Godot, which I didn't realize, and that's pretty cool. Yeah, so floorf. rounds x downwards towards negative infinity, returning the largest whole number that is not more than x. But yeah, this returns a flirt, which is what we need. So essentially, what we're doing here is that we have all of these stored in a flirt just so that it's easier to do like the scaling math for it. But they're effectively like the final values need to be integers still. Even though they're technically flirts, like they still need to be rounded. We're not doing decimals. So yeah, so we do this like exponential calculation, then we floor it. I think that makes sense. Health points plus equals scaling. Scaling times 0.5, I guess. Although I guess the problem here is we'd have to convert scaling to a flirt. So how do we do that? Flirt. Hang on. How do we convert something to a flirt? I'm gonna have to look this up, because I couldn't find it, like, listed in the documentation. Gadur convert to flirt. Oh, okay. That's pretty straightforward, actually. So we just do flirt this. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, okay. Now, I guess the only problem here is that we then need to convert this back to an int here. But this is still, I feel like, technically faster than just converting it to a flirt for these other two. Yeah, like, this is fine, I feel. I feel like this should be scaling plus equals 0.25. So it only scales the damage up by like a little bit. Yeah, I think that's fair. Then we just run scale stats here. Yeah, scale stats. we would put this gold yield back down to where it's supposed to be. Now we can see how much this scales over time. I forgot to round it again, which is sort of the problem I was talking about before, where, like, if we don't round this, then we end up working in decimals, which doesn't look very neat to an end player. So, like, yeah. Yeah, so you'd be dead on, like, encounter 11. Which is fine. Because this is an infinite idle game, so... So instead of doing plus equals, we're gonna have to do equals self plus scaling. It was 1.5. And then we'd have to floor all of this. We'd have to genuinely floor fit. Gonna do equals damage points plus scaling times 0.25. I think that's fair enough. Let me just floor that. Yeah, okay. So now it should scale it appropriately. Yeah, the first few encounters are pretty free. But then it starts to, like, really scale the stats up. Now it should be at, like, 7 attack on this next one. Yeah. Yeah, so you're not gonna live super long on this first embark. Sort of the point. Like, this is a game where you're meant to die to make progress. Because you keep all of your upgrades on death, so... Yeah, so you'd be dead here, although I haven't programmed that yet. Now you can't even kill them in 2 hits with the bottle. Do they drop more gold? They do drop more gold. They drop like 8 instead of 5. So that's good at least. It's like, even though death doesn't reset you right now, I just kind of want to see, like, how far this goes. Yeah, that's kind of the charm of having the attack raising effect. You end up in an encounter with a lot of enemies. With multiple enemies. You get good scaling. Like, each hit raises it by 4. That's pretty good. Yeah, so you, like, instantly kill that second one. See that the gold is starting to scale pretty well. A little bit too well, honestly. That's a lot of gold. Hmm. Starting to get like 100 per. Like, that's pretty damn good. I think we might have scaled this a bit too much. Kind of depends, I guess. Like, then we can get a second flask. Second flask can do a bunch of damage. Also have a bunch of healing. Hmm. I'm thinking maybe we have the scaling a bit too high on gold. Hmm. Like, already we're starting to massively outscale the monsters. Like, even getting entire upgrades by killing just one of them. I guess the issue here is that, like, it scales from encounter to encounter, which is a lot. And, like, it increases exponentially every encounter, so... Hmm... Hey, look at how much gold we're getting. That's not a small amount. Let's scale the damage of this as well. Like, we can just get so many of these. So many damage upgrades. Like, obviously, this is still meant to be, like, an incremental game, but maybe not this incremental. Like, this feels like too fast to be getting, like, tens of thousands of gold. Especially when you consider that each of these is, like, its own flask. Or, like, you can get more flasks. And, like, already we can just buy several new ones. Yeah, this gold definitely scales a bit too quickly. So I need to, like, do a different approach here. I guess I'm trying to just, like, math it out a little bit. The funny thing is that I feel like we could try and solve this with, like, a graph, like a graph, like a graphing calculator. I feel like that could be a way of trying to solve this. Alright, let's redo this. So I think way less, like, exponential scaling. And then on top of that, what we're gonna do is we're going to set, like, even though it'll get less exponential scaling, it will get a small, like, linear scale as well. Plus equals scaling times 0.1. 0.2. we're gonna florf this as well. So it'll only increase by 1 at Adler's precise breakpoints. We'll see how this treats us. So now they award 6. Now they award 7. Still awarding 7. Still 7. Is that 9? Okay, so now they award 9. That is definitely more. It's still 9. Okay, awards 10. So that's double of what we start with. Now we got to 11. Okay. Still 11. I think. Yep. Okay, that's our first 12. On encounter 25. Still 12. Alright, that's 13. That's 14. Still 14. Still 14. That's our first 15. I realize Spotify is auto-playing. And that's 16. So yeah, we are getting some exponential scaling. Here, how about we put this on? That's a 17, okay. In case anyone's confused, I'm looking at the gold counter just to see how much gold they're dropping. I think that was another 17. Okay, that was a 19, that's huge. Huge, huge, huge. Another 19. Yeah, we should start to see it, like, increasing more often soon, because it's somewhat exponential. It's exponential, but it's bound to an integer. I wasn't paying attention. Whoops. Okay, so it's still 19. Nice gold. That's 21, okay. So a pretty major increase. I think that was like 22. Another 22. It's still 22. That was 24. The breakpoints seem to be a pretty major factor. Possibly more of a major factor than they should be. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. Was it 25? Like, obviously, at this point, we would be, like, far dead. It's still incrementing 25. Like, you'd eventually make it to these encounters, since it's an idle game. 358. It's like a 27, I think. Yeah. 27. I think that was a little more than 27. I think that was a 28. Yeah, okay. Well, in fact, a 28. That's a 30, okay. I feel like I've made the scaling a bit too slow. Maybe. Really depends, because, like, I still haven't programmed the death sequence in yet. Maybe this wouldn't actually feel that bad. If I like got to this point like manually instead of sort of brute forcing my way through it. That's a 34. Still a 34. It's a 35. That's a 38. So yeah, we're definitely getting exponential increases. I think I just messed it up with the breakpoints a bit. We're gonna do 1.015 here. And we're not gonna floor the scaling immediately. Like that. I think that should be sort of our golden formula for scaling the gold. Ironically enough, I didn't even say that on purpose. It is literally our golden formula. Oh, did I turn off my... Okay. I wanted to make sure my Spotify audio was still going. For a second, I thought I had just turned it off, and I was like, oh god. What have I done? Okay. So we're getting, like, a lot of comments. I don't know if we should... I mean, they are just debug comments. I don't think this is an actual, like, runtime problem. At least I hope not. That would suck if so. Um, yeah, I guess we've got our stat scaling algorithms, like, pretty much finished. I can mark that off. Like, really, the only other thing left to do is, like, a death sequence. So, how are we gonna do this? I mean, the first order of operations would be to actually create, like, a death screen graphic, so that's what we're gonna do. And I already have an idea of what we're gonna do here. So let me get Ace Bright up. Okay, Ace Bright is already active, ready to go. I don't even need to hide my Godot captures, actually. So I'm gonna get a reference image for a skull. Okay, I have our skull. Now let's put a black background just to be a bit more. Whoops. Hmm. Make It's gonna make more and more sense the more we draw this. I know this doesn't look very skull-like. I'm using a reference image. So I'm getting the features in as they're relevant. And this is where we have sort of the nose ridge. Like this. See, now it's starting to look more skull-like. Then we do this. This needs to be moved over by one, in my opinion. I'm wondering why this is like here. Like this is the part that should be closer, if any. And this needs to be moved over this way by one, at least. We're gonna just fill that in for now. Maybe more like that to accentuate the nose ridge a bit more. Like, these are the teeth. I'll say they don't look very good. Not right now, at least. Now I'm kinda just adjusting. Oh, that's a bit too rigid. Yeah, that looks kinda strange. Should be like a little bit more diamond shaped, I feel. Sort of, I don't know what you'd call this, like the cranium area. Like a little bit more diamond shaped. Maybe we move that over. I think that kind of works. It's also sort of this, like, cheekbone thing. Sort of goes up here. Sort of like that. It's like a little bit longer though. Hmm. Still not sure how much I'm liking this skull so far. I feel like it's alright, but it's just not quite there. Welcome in, Lord Cynic. Yes, skull. Certainly trying. It's hard to do this without, like, the gray details. I feel like maybe gray details would be warranted here. I don't know. Let's save this out. And I'm going to open the background so that I can pick some colors from this. Actually, even better, let's open the witch. I can pick this out specifically. I feel like this would allow me to, like, better signify, like, the details here. Like, this is perhaps a bit too much. Like, for this, for an example, that could be better. Same for, like, the teeth. Hmm. Maybe, like, even one further up? Like, even if not further up, like, we at least do more of, like, a this sort of thing. I just feel like that doesn't look quite right. The extra details kind of clutter it if it's going to be very small. Not going to be very small. I mean, the resolution of our game is already, like, pretty big. Well, not big, pretty small. So, like, it stretches out pixels a lot. Like, it'll be about the size of this. Like, this person. Yeah, so I don't think it's entirely like a lost cause. What if we just made that void? Hmm. Like that kind of makes sense. Like we just need to expand this out by like one more, I feel. That's slightly better. I mean, this is probably okay, sort of the way it is right now, but alright. Skipping that part of this. Skipping that part of the song. And I feel like this is probably fine. And we also have like such little time in the jam left overall. Like I can't choose to be super picky over this. Like I'm alright to just go with this, I guess. Even though it looks kind of scuffed. But there was a really good skull that I made for one of the like a previous Pirate Software jam. Let me. Yeah, this was like a front on that I did. That was like a lot better. This different angle is just slaughtering me. They use more of that brown color. Well, the problem is that, like, our game is meant to be, like, sort of monochrome. Yeah, it's like a color limitation. Exactly. Dithered grays somehow. I don't know. Maybe. Should I just extend the teeth out? I mean, that almost looks better, actually. I like the teeth on that. I think the teeth is the main thing I had a problem with. Now this actually looks a lot better to me. They look a lot more like teeth to me. I can agree with that. Also extend that out to bring out the, I guess, this distinction a little bit. I think this is good enough. It's not perfect, but it's good enough. I say as I proceed to want to change it more. Hmm. There we go. That's... cranium also just isn't big enough currently, what I've noticed. Just as another thing, like a side note. It's especially supposed to be like pretty bulbous towards like this end. That's supposed to like sort of drop off a little bit. I think that's like that is enough, I feel. Maybe unless we want to do more like definition of the eye disconnect. Like this. Like we do sort of a dither effect here. Oh, that looks good. I like that. Hmm. Okay. I think now I can say definitively that I am happy with the skull here. I'm ready. I'm ready to add another layer. Skulls for the skull throne, exactly. Although I guess this is more of like just a general death thing. So of course to keep up with the more like gothic theme that I was talking about with like the crucifix motifs. We're gonna have either like an upside down cross or like a Or just a right side up cross, either way. We're gonna have that, like, shoved through the eye. And for the record, I double checked the jam rules just to be sure, and that doesn't seem to be any rule against religious imagery, as long as it doesn't break some other rule or it's not like offensive, I guess. Because like it also says on the jam page that the rule list isn't exhaustive, but I feel like the way we're using it here is like just a theme, like or like gothic visuals. I think is fine. I don't think there's any problem using it in that way. I guess the only problem here is this is still kind of thick. This is also at too much of an angle. I feel like I should just use the line tool and stick to that. It's like our... Or like as our... a way of making these straight. It's kind of hard to make this look straight-ish. While also having it at like an angle. Hmm. I guess if I undo that, if I do this, then like this sort of thing, maybe that would be better. I guess we could just make this completely straight and call it a day. I feel like that's probably what we're gonna have to do here. Otherwise, it just looks a bit too odd. I think that's fine. I guess what would possibly be preferable is like being able to show that this is like actually going through the skull, because otherwise it kind of just looks like an emblem. Like, I'm gonna try something here. Hmm. It's gonna take some trial and error, I feel. That actually looks kinda okay. Now, I guess if each of these is like it's 3, 3, 3, 3. Ah, this is hard. Okay, hang on. We're gonna hide this. We're gonna do one that's just in threes. Yeah, so it'd be something kind of like that. Man, I really just I'm struggling. I'm struggling. Ooh. I feel like this adequately gets it across, but like it still kinda sucks. Hang on. Each of these is three. Three, 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 three. Like that. Like that's sort of the idea, is it's meant to be going through the skull. It's hard to put the crucifix at an angle where it'll do that and also still be recognizable as a crucifix. That's good. I feel like this kind of does the job, even though it's pretty sloppy. Okay, we'll keep those as options. I guess we could try like just straight like 45-degree angle. Like that's a thought. Or even like this. Something where it's like a lot more straightforward of an angle. Is this the... Okay, it's not the end of the playlist, but it's close. Ah, here we go. Okay, and then all we need to do is like shade in... Not shade in, but like... Fill this in. I'm just struggling to wrap my brain around like... Oh, okay, I understand. Never mind. Ignore me. I understand. Hang on. It's like this should just be straight across. With this. Oh, okay. And I am like, I'm slouching a lot. I'm like tired and as the title says, writhing in agony. Like, this is supposed to be. Alright, okay. Let's. I have a better idea. Rather than doing this manually like this, doing a shitty job, I have a better idea. We're going to make a new layer. We're just gonna have this be like a dedicated layer to the top of the cross, or to the top of the crucifix. Like that. Or even better, why don't we just straight up, like, copy this? Just put it here. Just flip it around. And then we can just make it shorter and call it a day. Ooh. Now the only problem is I don't know how to make this like adequately in the middle. But I guess we would just kind of make it smaller until it do. Why not? I'm gonna move both of these up a little bit just because essentially I want to make a change to this. Or have it actually be okay, why did we go with this color and not the actual color we're meant to be going with as well? These are meant to be this colored. What is wrong with me? Why am I like this? do this because it's supposed to be sharp towards the bottom, is the idea. Whoops. I mean, we can just remove that. Let's call it a day. There we go. See, now suddenly this is starting to look a lot better. Now, we're gonna make a duplicate of this just as a backup. I'm not gonna keep any of these. I think we can just delete these at this point. Yeah, so that copy is still there. And basically just anywhere where we have I, we're gonna just carve out. Anywhere we have I or emptiness here, we carve this out. Like that. There we go, we finally cooked. I think this is pretty cool looking. So you have a skull with the crucifix stabbed through the eye. We're gonna export this. Oh, hang on. Actually, first we need to get rid of the background and center this. Which, of course, I decided to leave some stray pixels. You know what? We're just gonna keep the black background, actually. Because there's no context where this should be... Where this should be away from the death screen. Well, actually, no. I am gonna have to... Okay. I am gonna have to hide the background because... It has to, like, fade in. There we go. Easy fix. Yep. Okay. So we save this, we export it. And I do actually like this playlist as well. Like that this is from. We're gonna... Sorry, we're gonna... Yeah, okay, there we go. I'm now playing it from the playlist that this song is a part of, so it'll like automatically go to the next one. That's the reason I had to replay that. Oh, Jinx. Hope you're doing well. We're creating a death screen, and it has this image on it, which I just made. I think it looks pretty cool. But yeah, hope you're doing well. It looks so cool. I'm glad you think so. Yeah. It's got like, because we've got like a gothic theme going on, we've decided to have like a crucifix as like a recurring thing, since a lot of the gothic stuff is like, cathedral related, or, from like a more religious era. So yeah, it's been like a recurring symbol, I guess. We've been incorporating into the visuals. And like, for an example, since we're about to go back to the Godot capture anyway, I may as well show this off as well for anyone who's just coming in. Yeah, we have all these effects as well, which have like similar like theming. Now, of course, this doesn't look very gothic. I actually made a new sprite for her. Well, not a new sprite, but like I changed the colors up a little bit, and I've actually been meaning to switch that out. Um. Oh, apparently I didn't export it. Really? Hang on. I have things to do. Alright, I exported it. And now we can put this new thing in here. Not there. Put it here. Overwrite. There we go. So yeah, now she's got a bit more, like, a bit more black in her dress. She still has, like, the white apron since she's a witch or, like, an alchemist of sorts. But yeah. Now you can look at the game. But yeah, so it's like an order battler. Is what we're making. But yeah, currently we don't have death implemented, which is why in a second, like whenever we get to like 0 health, nothing's gonna happen. Like the game's just gonna continue. And the idea is that between deaths, you would keep your upgrades. Okay, so see, we're at like 0 health, but we're still going. And we even go below negative or below 0 into like negatives. Yeah, that's why we need a death screen. Yeah, and once you die, you'll keep your upgrades. You'll just go back to encounter 1 with, like, unscaled enemies. And the more scaled enemies drop more gold, so of course you want to get further, and that sort of feeds into the idle game loop. So yeah, we're kind of cooking. Oh yeah, and you can imbue your flask with, like, different effects as well. Like, that's another thing that I've worked on since. Some of them don't work currently, which is another thing. So, like, currently, block doesn't do anything. Which I know what it needs to do, I just haven't programmed it yet. Um, and poison also doesn't work yet. And I also know how that's gotta work, but I just haven't implemented it yet. Anyway, sorry to talk my ear or talk your ears off. I don't know. I hope you're doing well regardless. I saw earlier you were playing Monster Hunter, so yeah, I hope that all went well. So yeah, we're gonna make this death screen work. One of the streams always go great. Yeah. Really sleepy now? That's understandable. As usual, if you need to head out, like, that's totally fine. This is probably gonna be, like, a shorter stream anyway. Just because, like, I'm feeling pretty tired myself. So, like, I'm considering, like, after I get the death screen working, I'm considering just heading to bed and taking a nap. It would be nice. So it depends how long it takes us to implement death, so that's what we're gonna start on. Alright. Normally the enemy is... they do this, they emit enemy defeated. Counter manager takes that. If enemy list size less than 0. So I guess we're gonna need a new messenger script. That's like stop all enemies. Signal stop all enemies. Emitted when all enemies enemies need to stop. Usually after the player has died. Good. Messenger dot stop all enemies dot connect stop self. Gonna create this where its function function stop self is my turn equals false. I think that's fair enough. Then we can also just call out from here just to be a bit more I guess tidy. So now anytime we need this to stop, we just run this. Instead of actually copying and pasting this line. Just in case we want to do anything else whenever the enemy is stopped. So, like, I wonder... like, if we go to the witch script... we do update health bar. Speaking of which, we need to set the health bar to never go. Actually, we should do that here, technically. So, like, Health points should never go... Okay, hang on. Yeah, okay, so it needs to be health points. So it was minus equals. Yeah, okay. Needs to be minus damage value. We need to clamp this between 0 and max health points. Oh. This makes it so that it should never exceed 100 and should never go below 0. Which one of those is a lot easier to test than the other. Like right now we don't gotta worry about our health. We can just kind of wait for our health to hit 0. There we go, so no matter how much more she's hit, she won't go below 0. That's good. So yeah, good. Now we should be able to do something like if health points less than or equal to 0, which obviously we have clamped it to never go less than 0, but that's, you know, redundancy is always good. And I guess we just do messenger dot stop player dot emit. We do messenger dot all enemies dot emit. Now technically we should do this in its own separate function. Possibly even as its own, like, as its own signal. That's like, oh, the player has died. For now we're just gonna do this. Let's test this. Let's make sure this actually stops everything when we reach 0. Good thing about this being an idle game is that while testing it, it gives me plenty of opportunities to drink water, which I should be doing more often. Yep, okay, so that stops everything. Good. Good, good, good. So we're gonna do, I guess, signal restart run when the player has died and needs to be restarted. Okay. Did we actually run the stop all enemies thing? Like, did we connect that? We did. Okay, cool. That's good. So I wanted to double check. So let me do messenger dot whatchamacallit, restart run dot emit. So we can actually do that using the same like screen transition. I guess what we do is like function whatchamacallit, restart transition. We do pass restart transition. This is for starting the run. So then we do a second timer, like a restart timer. I'm also realizing I should upload this to Git before I continue modifying like existing scripts. Let me just do that. Added enemy or added stat scaling. That's good. Okay. So then I can do... Alright, let's go to the transition object, which I think is an encounter, right? Yeah, it's this. This isn't actually its own object. Like its own saved scene. This is just part of the encounter scene. We're gonna add another timer. This is gonna be restart timer. Gonna be 1.2. Yep. Let's restart timer, transition timer. And this one basically has a signal, like a signal timeout. And this is also going to have its own signal timeout that connects to the same script. Lovely. Alright. Um, going to start. I guess we'll call this actually start restart transition. Yeah, messenger dot restart run dot connect start restart transition. Gonna copy all of this, but it's gonna be 1.2. Now we're also gonna set the playback speed here to be different. Yeah, so it needs to be the transition animation dot speed scale to equal this. Then here we'd set it to be normal. This would need to be restart timer as well. Gonna lock from mobile as you get ready for bed? Yeah, go ahead. I just appreciate you coming along for however long, as usual. All right. We're gonna do this. If is fading out. How do we do this? Like, this is gonna need a complete reset. A complete reset. Like, that's what's needed there. Script. Like that. How are we gonna incorporate the skull into this? Like, that's my question. Like, because I guess we can just slot this in here. Like, that works. Oh, also this playlist is basically over. Let's see, what should be our probably last playlist of the day. Ichi! Oh my god, thank you. Thank you for the raid. Sorry for the lack of music. I'm currently choosing the last playlist for the night. I guess we're gonna put on more Keygen Church. Sure. Alright. Yeah, welcome in everyone. We're doing some game dev. I have been perved. Let me give you a shout out as well. Shout out Ichi the Invader. Yeah. Very cool of you to do that. Thank you. Yeah, that's only a couple days, or not even a couple days, like less than 2 days left on this jam. About, my calculations are correct, about like 34 hours at this point. But yeah, so we have this sort of like gothic style like idle game going on. So like the combat is automatically done where you just throw your flask and you can like, you know, eventually buy a new one or you can imbue effects to your current flask. And we're currently trying to implement a death sequence. Just always a good time, I guess. And by that I mean it's hell. We're currently trying to figure it out. But yeah, I'll have to wait for my health to reach 0. Yeah, also welcome in Aeon as well. Yeah. Thanks y'all for that. Okay, so the game just crashed. That's wonderful. Oh, whoops. I forgot to look at the actual error message. Oh, okay. I know what I did wrong. We go to encounter, we go to here. We forgot to assign the restart timer. There we go. Just a simple drag and drop fix. Yeah. Now we have to wait for us to reach 0 health again. That's wonderful. Now, thankfully, we already got enemy scaling done, so the enemies do start to do more damage the farther we get. We won't be waiting too long. Bro, it's nuts. What's nuts? And like, I don't want this to be... Oh, you insta-recognize the song as Keygen Charge. Yeah, yeah. They have a very recognizable style. Okay, now we've run into problems. This is odd. Never heard this, but you understand the artist immediately, yeah. Know exactly what I was about to say. Look, the thing is, right, like, I'm not the sort of person who wants to, like, D's nuts people. That is not my intention. But, like, you know, it's like sometimes in self-defense you have to, like, point it out. So that, like, if someone tries to do it... So if someone tries to do it, you don't get got. Yeah, I thought you were gonna D's nuts me. It's like, what's going on here? Yeah, I was unsure. I don't want to get got. thought I was gonna say you need to stop sending one message in multiple separate messages. That's okay, actually. No. I have no problem with that. Honestly, like, I do the same thing. If you ever do decent, I'll say a devious. I will never understand. Hey, I already pointed it out once. With the dragon. I know that once you tried to get me with the dragon D's. I'm pretty sure. You're back? That's understandable. Yeah. If you need to head out at all, that's totally fine. I understand it is per stream. So like, yeah. You know, like as a fellow streamer, I have been there before. Sometimes you gotta raid and then do stuff. You know? So that's totally fine. Alright. So I guess the current problem here is this doesn't reset everything, which it should. Okay, we're gonna actually put this out to something different. Delete self. This is essentially just gonna do this, but more compartmentalized. Oh. Lowercase s. Yeah, welcome in, Walker. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, now we can connect delete self to messenger dot delete all enemies. Connect. Oh, connect. Delete self. So now when it receives this signal, it should just automatically delete itself. Now currently this signal doesn't actually exist. We have to do signal delete all enemies when all enemies should be instantly deleted. I guess the only other thing here is like we need to make sure that we also omit this here, just in case. And the reason for that is because this is received by the encounter manager in order to remove this enemy from the list. So yeah, we're kind of doubling up there, but it's the safest thing to do. We got delete all enemies now. Counter transition should be this. We'll do messenger dot delete all enemies. We'll omit that. So just so that we're stepping through this and like testing it as we go, I am going to test this Although I guess, hang on, before I do, let me like crank up the damage or the damage of the enemies quickly. Just so that we're not waiting as long. Let's crank them up to like 30. Should die a lot quicker now. Okay, that's weird. I don't know why suddenly they're like popping in. And I don't even think that has anything to do with the script that we added. Hang on. Like, I think it has to do with this. Yeah, that's really odd. I'm not quite sure why. Oh, hang on, that's also weird. Why does it sometimes not spawn an enemy? Oh, I think because we died. Okay, that makes sense. That's what it should be doing. Okay. So why is that causing problems? Counter manager, remove enemy. I see. Okay. So we need to check something else. Okay, hang on. Need to basically do enemy list. Is there a function for like enemy list or in arrays? And let's look this up. We can look this up in Godot, which is pretty cool. Methods. Find. Searches the array for a value and returns its index or -1 if not found. Okay. So then we do... Hang on. Let's put that there. If... What was it again? Find. Right, okay. Um... Enemy list dot find. Okay. So only if the enemy is found in its array of enemies. So if it hasn't been removed already, it'll run this. Now, I guess this does cause... This still can cause its own problems in the sense that... You know, okay, hang on. Here's a better idea. Let's not be a dumbass. And instead of messing with this, what we do is that instead, whenever we run from here, delete all enemies, and counter manager just receives that. Delete all enemies, connect, remove all enemies. And that's just gonna run pretty much just remove enemy, except it's gonna do remove all enemies. But instead this will be like we just clear the list. Or the array, I guess. It's called. I'm pretty sure that's a valid array method, right? And let's go back up here. Oh, hang on. It still shows the game because it crashed. Okay, hang on. I didn't realize that like crashing didn't make it go away from the screen. I apologize for that. So we can do... Yeah, clears the array. Okay, good. Yeah, that clears its list. Cool. Now we're gonna wait for this to happen again. Now, this obviously still creates a problem. I didn't get a good look at it because I was drinking water. Gonna run that one more time. Like, did we get the restart? Okay, so we did get the restart, it just didn't spawn a new encounter. So then, all we need to do, I'm pretty sure, in this encounter transition, we would delete all the enemies, and then we'd create a new encounter. Like that. So now it'll create a new encounter. Oh god. Okay. So that's interesting. Uh... I think I might have an idea of what is happening here, but obviously pretty crazy. Alright, hang on. I think I know why that's doing that. Because, yeah, we start the wrong timer, first and foremost. And then we never stop it either. So yeah, that's the issue here. Or a big part of the issue, at least. Alright. So we've solved that much. Okay, that didn't solve the issue somehow. Okay, I'm pretty confused. Hmm. I guess, does create random encounter do some like weird other stuff as well? Hmm. Like, I thought, yeah, all this does is create random encounter, which is just this. Um, so like, why? Struggling to figure that out. Like, I feel like that shouldn't be happening, but I mean, obviously, we're having some different problems here. Alright. Really gonna have to pry this apart. You're here, welcome back. We have created major bugs. When am I hitting affiliate? I could bring up the statistics right now. I could get like a screenshot of that. We're pretty close actually. Like I think my current average is 2.73 is what it's telling me. Like my current viewer average. Let me see if I can get like a more precise number. I'd imagine I'm allowed to show like some parts of like the analytics. Let me see. I could like copy paste this into Sprite just to be like a little bit uh lazy, I guess. Yeah. So we can go to new. Yeah. So these are my current stream statistics. Feeling sure says stream manager on stream. I mean, that's fair, but I mean, especially concerning recent events, we all know that Fillion isn't the best with legal stuff. Like, I don't know. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we're pretty close. Yeah. So this is the only one we haven't met yet. Didn't know anything happened, you're interested now. So like I'm not gonna get too into it because I don't want to devolve into like, you know, obviously like drama conversation territory. But like essentially like what ended up happening, right, is that Fillion was going to get a Nendoroid with Good Smile, right? Like the official Nendoroid like vendor. Except the thing is that Fillion's model is by someone else. It's not actually an original model. She doesn't have the commercial rights to make merch based off of it. Yeah, so when that ended up being announced, the original artist, yeah, the original artist of her model ended up finding out about it, which caused, you know, obviously like a big shitstorm on social media, but like, you know, with once again, without getting into like the drama side of things, like obviously that violates the terms of service of the original model artist, and so they've since had to enter like other legal discussions and legal negotiations, right? And like I'm pretty sure that's still ongoing, so yeah. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm gonna speak of on that. Like I think that is a fair thing to say that maybe Fillion isn't the best person to look to for legal stuff, given that that is a thing that happened. But anyway. Yeah, I hope they get recognition for that work. Yeah, yeah, you got my point. But anyway, that's just, you know, entire side rant. Yeah, we're pretty close to getting affiliate. And like really the main thing is like the average viewer count has been like more than enough for a while now. Just in terms of like the past streams. It's just the biggest problem, and like I could probably share this as well, is like essentially this is if I bring back and thank you for the follow, alcoholic. I really appreciate that. Um if I yeah, I'm gonna hide this for a second just to be sure. Yeah, so if we bring this back up. Yeah. So like ever since like here, this is sort of the cutoff point. Like all of this has averaged like more than enough. The problem is that this was sort of before the affiliate push era. Like all of this was before the affiliate push era, and this is what drags like the overall average down like below 3. And like I've discussed this a bit in the past. And like this is kind of what I don't like about them making you care about average viewer count. Is that like technically if I wanted to, I could probably just like stall out or like wait out this lost bit and like just not stream for a while. Like if I literally just didn't stream for like 11 days is what it looks like. If I didn't stream for another 11 days, then I'd be golden. So, but like, I don't want to do that, right? Like, I want to continue streaming stuff. Like, it feels scummy to like game it in that way. So, yeah, I've been avoiding doing that. So, yeah, we're just gonna have to wait out the rest of the 11 days. And by wait out, I mean, like, we're gonna be streaming, but yeah. Still gonna take a bit for these to go off the back end so that we finally count for affiliate requirements. Yeah. So that's just my little rant about affiliate stuff. So I really appreciate people like hanging around and lurking because of that. Like it helps keep the average in like the healthy area. And once we reach affiliate, we never have to worry about average viewer count again. Which thank God for that because I hate worrying about that, honestly. Like trust me when I say I do not care about average viewer count at all, like personally. Like I do this all because I enjoy it, right? And like once we hit affiliate, I don't have to worry about that ever again. Unless like somehow I would have one day reached like partner requirements, which, you know, we'll see if that ever happens, but yeah, I'm not worried about that like ever. If I reach affiliate, like I'm already happy with that. So always support me whenever you can. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Your end game is partner. That's understandable, yeah. Yeah, it's interesting because like I'm still trying to figure out like what I want to do as like, you know, my job more or less. Like that's sort of the main thing. Like do I want streaming to be my job or do I want game development to be my job? Or do I want to somehow like balance both of those in a way? Like I'm still not entirely sure. Yeah, you're in the same boat. Yeah. I still don't know what's causing this bug, by the way. That's what we were trying to fix before. Like, these should both be their own separate callback, though, right? Hmm. If I want your 2 cents, you'd say take it easy with streaming. If I enjoy what I'm doing, people go towards you. Yeah, that's fine. Like, I get that. And once again, before affiliate push, that was more or less what I was doing. Yeah. But like, ever since having to worry about viewer count, I'm suddenly like so much more worried about it. And like for an example, I was gonna probably stop streaming like after I'd figure out like the death sequence, but now I feel like I can't do that because currently I'm like averaging above 3. So like it feels like I have to try and like stall that out, but I don't want to, you know? So I don't know. Just kind of sucks. I don't really like that requirement. Yeah. Like I'm wondering why next encounter, or why this is sort of. Because we set restart time at a stop. This should no longer do that. So what is sending out restart run then? So it's this. Walker spinning 2, you'll lock it 2. Yeah, yeah. That's all good. Once again, I appreciate all the locks because of, once again, the affiliate push. It's been quite a journey. Okay, hang on. We have restart run emitting from here. Like, that's the only thing. Like, I'm just confused how it keeps spawning enemies. Is it like a thing in the enemy script? Because, hang on. Like, that works. I'm gonna wait for this to come on stream. So it's creating a new encounter every time the flask hits. And I should be able to confirm this if I go to... If I go to flask projectile... Like, I look at this speed... Like, if I increase this, then it's also gonna increase... Like, how long it takes for... the thing to happen. Like, obviously this breaks the game, but... Okay, I might have gone a bit too far with it. Hang on, let's go in, like, the other direction, right? Let's set this to, like, 0.25. Right? So now the flasks are gonna be, like, super fast. Right? Like, look at that. It's funny. Yeah, it's gonna create an encounter. Okay, no, so it doesn't do that. So, like, why? Huh. The call throws peanuts. I guess. In a way. Like, for some reason, when this is 0.75 specifically, it causes this issue. I don't know why. It's really strange. Okay, well, that time it didn't do it. What did I change? I didn't think I changed anything. Right? Why is it suddenly, like, working the way it should, somewhat? This is really odd. Okay, hang on. We're gonna need... we're gonna need a couple more things to make this work exactly as it needs to. Okay. I'm gonna do messenger dot reset everything. We're gonna do reset everything instead of what we have there. We're gonna have reset everything, and it's gonna just... it's essentially gonna be... like, get everything to run its, like, ready event again, essentially. Oh, hang on. I think I might know another problem. Yeah, so these are... okay. I think I got one of the issues here. Remove all enemies. Enemy list clear. We're gonna do messenger dot delete all enemies. Then we're gonna emit it here. So it could be like a step order problem, I feel like, is part of the issue here. Delete all enemies dot emit. Should be good. So yeah, we have that. Now we actually need... we're gonna reset everything. And it needs started. This is for the transition. this is emitted at the middle of the transition as the true reset call. Okay. Death sequence needs to be started. So then, with which we're basically gonna do... I mean, what would we do here? Gonna set up self. So this is where we're gonna do this. So then we do set up self here, which is gonna run this. It's also gonna run all of this. Hang on. Delete these. Messenger dot reset everything. Connect. Set up self. Gonna also set our block points to 0. I guess flask index equals 0. Attack timer equals attack cooldown. Is alive equals true. Okay. I think that's fine for now. In terms of resetting the player. Counter manager. So we're also gonna have to... We're gonna have to set turn index to 0 as well. We're gonna make the messenger dot reset everything. We're gonna connect set up self, similar Similar idea to what we just did with the witch. Setup self. This is going to have a 10 index equals 0. We're just gonna run this like to begin with as well. Now, are there any other managers that we need to make sure we get rid of? Or like reset? Like, I think that's essentially it. We'll see if this works. If not, we'll hopefully see where it breaks. Okay, that's where it breaks, apparently. So, I guess we go to counter transition, delete all enemies, reset everything. Ah, okay. So this needs to run create encounter. We can just delete that. Okay, let's try running that. So that seems to actually work. Almost. Only problem is that it doesn't reset the encounter value. That's the only thing. Like, other than that, it seems perfect. Okay, so we need... last thing we need would be in Messenger, in that case. It's like, what does Messenger do on Ready? So I guess we need to set up... Okay. I think I gotcha. Sorry, my nose is running a little bit. I know that's probably a bit like TMI. I do apologize. I'm having I'm having sinus troubles. Sorry. That is all I'll say, so I'm trying to, like, take care of that and also do this. Messenger dot reset everything. I imagine I probably don't need to specify messenger here since this is in messenger, but I don't know that for sure, so I'm not gonna take risks. Here's where we would just set encounter counter to 0, or to 1, I mean. Now this should fully work as a reset. Now I guess the only problem would be... does it immediately scale them? It might not. Because, like, the main problem here, right? It's like, I don't know the priority. And because enemies are dependent on... well, enemy scaling is dependent on the... whatchamacallit. Okay, hang on. I have a better idea in that case. We don't even need to necessarily connect this. We could just run this from the transition to ensure that it's going to be the same. Messenger dot setup self. Like that. So the messenger will set itself up immediately when the player should be dead. And that should ensure that the enemies scale correctly when they're created anew. Thank you for luck, Jackie. Really appreciate that. So I think everything now scales and restarts correctly. That's good. In that case, we should almost be done for this stream, at least. Still a lot more to do, but, you know, like, we can wait on some of this. Yeah, I'm good to Alt F4 that. I guess the last thing we need to do is add the actual skull image. But I suppose this should be a texture rectangle. Okay, that's not good. Oh my god, I hate when it does this. Alright, let's just put it in the center. There we go. And this will be visible by default. Oh hey, it's auto playing. It auto played this track, which is good. I do like this one. Death icon. That's what we're gonna call this. Actually, I suppose this should be shown, but then invisibility, we need to set its self-modulate to invisible. Then in process, okay, we're gonna have export var death icon. Gonna be a texture rectangle. Death icon dot self modulate equals color. It's gonna be full color, like full white, except basically going to set this to be okay. If restart timer dot is stopped. I believe that's what we're looking for. Yeah, okay. So if it's not stopped, actually, we're gonna set this to otherwise just be 0. So it's completely invisible. So now I need to think about this a little bit, so should essentially, I think this is supposed to be, we're gonna make a fade variable here. And fade should be, I guess, restart timer dot, like, time left. Yeah. Restart timer dot time left. Kind of auto playing the ultra kill stuff now. Let me. Maybe we may as well just switch to the soundtrack at that point. Alright, there we go. Okay, so it should be this divided by 1.2. Except that counts down. So it would be 1 minus this? It would be that. Well, this should only be if... Okay, hang on. This should be if is fading in, then it's going to do alpha equals 1 minus alpha. This is basically just... Oh, what? This is basically just a fancy math way of being like, you know, if it's fading in, then it'll fade in from 0 to 1. Otherwise, it'll fade from 1 to 0. I'm pretty sure. I guess technically given, like, the animation, it should probably just be 1, huh? Or not even 1, it's like... Now, really, I should just do this as its own thing, right? Like, I can keyframe this. Like, I could totally do an animation for this as well. Okay, yeah, how about instead of trying to do all of that, we just make an animation for it? Why not? Like, this should be its own animation player. And this just avoids all the fuckery with, like, figuring out alpha colors and all that. So we're just gonna have to do, like, death transition. Like, super simple. Like, all we need to do is add a key for this. The animation's gonna be, I believe 2.4 seconds long would be how long it is. Because then, all we do is we put, insert a keyframe, if it will. Put a keyframe there. Put another keyframe here. Then we put last keyframe here. That should be all we need. It's not gonna autoplay, it's not gonna loop. So instead of this, we're gonna get a death icon animation. This is gonna be an animation player. Save that. And here we put this. And then we're just gonna do death icon animation dot play death transition. I believe that's correct. Yep. Alright. Should hopefully not cause any problems. We'll see. Okay, so it doesn't... For some reason it scaled the texture up, which I think I can fix pretty easily. I should know exactly why that happened. I kind of like that as a death animation because, you know, it's meant to be an idle game, so it shouldn't be too overbearing. Like, shouldn't take too long, shouldn't be, like, too noisy or anything. Just something that shows you that you have in fact died. Ignore size. I think that's what we want. If I were to set this... Yeah, okay. Believe that's correct. Now, why is it, like, off center? What's with that? It should align, right? It's like centered itself in a strange way. Why is it doing that? What? Is the encounter transition like slightly... Oh, okay, I see. It's like slightly off. That's an easy fix. We can just add another like half. Oh, not like that. Just make another half of a Y. There we go. Now it should be centered. Shouldn't have like a weird scale as well. Oh, well, that's good. We've pretty much created the death sequence then. That's like fully working. Now that's great. The only problem is that And, like, I'm not gonna do this on stream. That means we have, like, what is it now? We're, like, nearing on 32 hours left of the jam in general. And I still have to create more enemies, animation, sounds, as well as making these other effects actually work. So, still a lot to do, but I think we've done basically what we wanted to do for this stream. Like, mostly I wanted to get enemy scaling working right, as well as the death sequence once again. So in that case, I'm gonna... Now that we know that the death sequence is working, we can actually, like, put that damage back to a more reasonable number. We can give this a quick playthrough. So yeah, this is essentially the game loop, is like, you're gonna upgrade your flask over time by using gold that the enemies drop. The enemies scale, so you eventually die. When you come back, you keep your flask upgrades. I can continue increasing my damage here. Then whenever we die, see that I'll be able to make it further next time, because I won't be taking hits from the earlier enemies because I'm killing them, like, quicker. I only have 2 HP left. Yeah, that's our first death. Now, of course, getting 2 of them makes it so that I get hit anyway, but yeah. I think we made it to, like, encounter 13 on that first run. Now we should be making it quite a bit further. We can also give ourselves a healing effect. It's really useful. Yeah, we have a game loop. That's good. Yeah, we're making it a lot further this time. I'm gonna make it so that our flask heals us a little more again. Now, we're getting outpaced by the health, which is fine. That's kind of part of the point. To make it so that it's hard to one-shot the later encounters, like, as you get further. Starting to find our limit. Okay. Now, once again, for this encounter, we're a lot... Or for these encounters, we're a lot stronger. We can increase our splash damage again, which is useful. So this is cool. We are getting further on, like, each attempt. Which definitely makes this feel like an incremental game, which is what it's meant to be. So that's good. Like, before I think we made it to round 20. Or Encounter 20, I think... Yeah, I think it was Encounter 20. Now we're definitely making it past there. Like, the amount of gold we're getting is scaling up as well. Even though I also haven't implemented, like, an animation for, like, how much gold they're dropping. But you can see it just increment down there, so... Yeah. Alright. Yeah, we made it to Encounter 24 that time. We can increase our damage again. So we can one-shot more of the later encounters. So the next thing we're gonna go for is more splash damage. It should make, like, the earlier encounters hit me less often. Which would, of course, be a good thing. Because once we get to 5 splash damage, then that means we should be able to one-shot without splash damage for the weaker enemies. Which is exactly what we want. Oh, yeah, we've definitely made it a lot further than we did before already. Because before we made it to Encounter 24, or like Encounter 23, before dying. This time we got a lot further. And Encounter 30. Okay, we died. I'm gonna raise our healing again. It's probably the next thing I'm gonna do. Yeah, so see how we were sort of one-shotting the groups now because our splash damage was great enough. We are getting progress. Now, I suppose one of the next things I want to go for is actually a new flask. A new flask would be nice. Glad that this is actually a kind of interesting game loop. Like, of course, I made this, so I'm not gonna claim that it's, like, super fun or whatever, but I think so far, like, this definitely resembles the incremental game formula. So, I would hope people would enjoy this. Like, you could just have this on, like, as you do other stuff. So... That's sort of the appeal of, like, idle order battler sort of games. Like, you know what would be kind of funny, actually? What if I... What if I played some Dark Souls 2 and I just had this, like, in the corner running? And y'all could just see it running. I mean, okay, I don't think I have enough time to do that, but maybe next stream. Just as, like, a funny thing. Like, we just have that in the corner doing its thing. Watch gaming in action. Okay, here we go. Now we have enough for a new flask. And see, like, the new flask has, like, different prices for everything as well. And we also get to throw it, like, in addition to our first flask. So that's a big upgrade. Now, we're gonna go once again for splash damage just because it's one of the only things working. Like, poison doesn't work, this doesn't work. And this is just kind of bad, honestly. Like, this probably just needs a buff. Hmm. And we're getting upgraded damage for that as well. Oh shit, we didn't one shot. That's a small problem. Yeah, so getting the flask was definitely a big upgrade. Like, we're getting a lot further now. I want to see how well, like, the more, like, mid-game gold drops scale. I think we just got a 19 drop. Which is good. So, like, by default, it's 5. So, encounter... We'll see what it's at encounter 40. Or I forgot to look, but yeah, it's about 23. 22 or like 23 gold at encounter 40. So like almost 4 times more than encounter 1. Nice. We can continue to deck out our splash damage. I'm just gonna go for like the same thing on both, just because, once again, these effects, like, these two don't work and this one's just kind of bad, and I need to buff it. I'm going to assume that someone's actually building their flasks at least decently well. Okay, so that always kills one enemy, which is good. So we are starting to get a lot more gold. That's good. Probably should try upgrading the direct damage of the first one a lot more, just because like that helps me avoid a hit by killing the first enemy. So we got like 53 gold, so yeah, it is starting to scale up like quite a lot. Okay, we stopped being able to one-shot them. Or I guess like one-turn them. So probably gonna die soon. Yeah, okay, we died. Nice. But now we should just sweep these earlier encounters. So we get back there quicker. So that's cool. Yeah, like we're still killing them pretty quickly. Alright, we ran out of like the splash damage no longer kills them in one hit, but we still kill them? Kill them pretty quickly. Like before they can hit us. I'm gonna skip this one just because a little bit rough on the ears, that track. Alright. Um yeah, I suppose we'll just let this play out one more time. Just want to make sure the gold scaling doesn't get like too ridiculous, you know? And soon we'll be able to afford a third flask, which is then an even bigger like power spike. Because then we get to throw 3 before the enemies get to attack. Yo? Hello? So what's the game I'm making? This. It's an idol battler. Unable to see me work on it till now. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can kind of see it's like it has like incremental elements as well. So we have like these upgrades. Currently I'm waiting to hopefully be able to buy this so that we can get another flask. Yeah, so each flask can only have like 2 different additional properties, which is why these are blanked out. Is this a new character or same character from Bullet Heaven? It is a different character. This is just a witch. There's a fair point though, they do look a little similar. I can kind of see the resemblance. We should be able to afford a new flask now. Yeah, alright. Be cool if I made all my games to be from the same universe. That could be cool, but I mean, I also just like exploring a bunch of like different things. This idle game could be like a character's backstory or something. I guess, yeah. Like sometimes it can be hard to make everything fit into the same universe though. Sometimes you want different universes to have like different rules, you know? But yeah. We are starting to get into like pretty bonkers like gold scaling. Like, we're now getting like 70 per pop. We're almost 70. What's the story of this one? I mean, it doesn't really have a developed story, but essentially the theme was shadows and alchemy. So I made a game where you are a witch who makes potions to fight shadow monsters. That's basically it. Yeah, it's supposed to be like somewhat gothic horror themed. It's like the idea. Hence like all of the, you know, like the more monochrome look, like some of the symbolism with like the crucifixes, like spiders, like stuff like that. Is there any gameplay elements regarding Persians? Yes, so this is basically these upgrades that you're looking at are actually different. Oh, sorry. They're actually scale separately for each Persian, and each Persian can be given their own different effects. So yeah, like this raises block, or at least it will. This will inflict like poison. This heals you. This raises like splash damage, and this is just your direct damage scale. We're now getting like 100 gold per pop. That's good. Hey, we hit encounter 100. Nice. Pretty good. Whichever person is equipped will have different stats. Well, the thing is, they're all equipped, actually. So you throw each sequentially. So if you have 3 flasks, then you throw all 3. If you have just 1, then you throw 1 before the enemy gets their turn. So yeah. And you can like mouse over them to see what effect you've added. But yeah, I do want to add like an indicator to make it a bit more obvious that you're throwing them all like sequentially. Like I kind of want to make it so that you have like a little arrow here that just like scrolls down as you throw each one. It's like the arrow will start here, then it'll like go down, then go invisible until your next turn. Think colors of different sprites would be pleasant for that. Yeah, that's fair as well. Like, that's kind of what I intended to do, but the problem is there's only like 32-ish hours until the deadline, and I still have a bunch of other pretty basic things that I need to do. Like, I'm not sure if different colors are gonna make it in. Like, all the Persians. Right now, I'm basically just treating this as like a test run. I'll do a lot of direct damage. I want to increase our splash as well. Why not, right? Yeah. I think we've given this a good enough test run now. Though I will see, like, how far we can go before we die. Like, another concern I have is... Like, this is a pretty far way to go. So, like, going back to encounter 1 is kind of rough. I may try and add something where maybe it, like... The amount of encounters that you go back should cap at, like... Maybe... Like, 50 less than what you're currently at. That's sort of the thought that I have. We can almost afford another flask, too. Like, we've made it far enough. Now getting around 300 gold per pop. So this is kind of interesting. I think we've now almost gotten to a point where, like, we've outscaled the health and damage scaling a little bit. It's like, now I can just add more splash. Like, more damage. Now we should once again be in, like, a good range to one-shot things. It's a bit of an interesting problem to consider. Just because we're getting so many flasks. Now, I guess what we could do is, like, exponentially scale some of, like, the damage and block, like, to a degree, like a very small degree. Just because, like, block currently doesn't work, and block is gonna work a lot like... If any of you have ever played Slay the Spire, it's gonna work a lot like block does in Slay the Spire. In which case, like, we can start making the enemies do more damage. Because currently, I'm trying to avoid having them one-shot you. But if you can gain block, then, you know, sky's the limit, right? So yeah, I think that would be fair enough. So right now, we're just not even close to dying. Like, still not close yet. Like, this is kind of concerning that this is like the fourth run, and we're getting like exponentially further. It shouldn't really be possible. I'll need to think of a way to help prevent that. Hmm. Yeah, enemies just don't seem to get strong enough anymore. Glad we sort of figured that out, though. Like, I know this has been a very long test run, but like, I wouldn't have found this really without doing like a proper test run of it. So, important issue to find. Now, I will say, I don't think we're gonna be surviving too much longer. Just because the moment that we run into an enemy that can out-tank us, like out-tank our first attack, like, a double encounter just kills us from there. Like, I think we're getting pretty close to that. Although, of course, we're also, like, rapidly outscaling. Well, like, we could add even more damage. Like, we don't need to just sit around, right? Like, fuck it, let's see how far we can take this, right? We now do a shit ton more damage. We've definitely become a bit too survivable by doing this. Like, probably the only time we'd have to worry ever again is, like, if an enemy is, like, able to one-shot us. So, like, I don't know, this could go on for, like, a really long time. That reason, I'm gonna cut this here. So yeah, we're gonna have to mess with the scaling a bit. I'm not gonna do that now. I think for now, we've already been here long enough. Um, so I think... Yeah, I was originally going to do more Dark Souls 2 today. But I think given that we still have a bunch of, like, issues to solve, like, I'm gonna raid someone, we're gonna get off the stream. Um, I'll probably walk, or I'll probably take a break first, I mean, obviously. Like, I'm gonna get lunch, like, rest for a bit. Like, maybe play a game off stream, but I don't have enough time to continue streaming. So, yeah, we're gonna do that. Thank you all for watching, though. I do really appreciate that. I guess if anyone's here is like interested in the Discord, we have the Discord. Other than that, yeah, well, we are going to get a raid message working. Well, the raid message up. I'll be pasting that wherever we go. Let's see. Do we have anyone in particular? I don't see any VTubers with the affiliate push tag. So I guess we're probably gonna just resort to the old reliable and just raid Nizzy. She is pretty much always streaming at the same time and streaming like way later. So yeah, we're gonna raid Nizzy again. Let's go ahead. Yeah, raid is starting. Once again, I don't want to talk myself in circles as I usually do. But yeah, thank you for watching. I'm glad I could get the main objectives for today, like, more or less complete. Thank you for giving me an easy account to ban as well. That's hilarious. Okay. So in that case, sort of disrupted my train of thought. But anyway, yeah. Thanks y'all for coming along. It's been good. Glad we got that done. Oh yeah, schedule. Yeah, so tomorrow I won't be doing anything just because, like, obviously, as I've said, this jam is still going on. Let me hide the Godot capture just so this is a bit clearer. Yeah. Tomorrow I'll be offline just doing final jam rush stuff. But then after that we'll be doing more Dark Souls 2 DLC, so yeah. Hope you'll look forward to that, and let's go raid Nizzy.